Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You're the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev. I have been, reasonably busy over the last little while, working on, I guess, mostly abilities for Insignia since last stream. That drill ability is sort of taking shape. It's gone from being something that was, I guess, more of a down and then burst up into now it's more of like a pogo. So there's some fun stuff there. We'll look into it a bit more. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome. Great to have you here. Anyone watching in the VOD, also, you're very welcome. I want to say a big thanks to Tony the Bard for the most recent follow, and Bibble for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Okay. I don't have any other news or anything like that to talk about, so we could just sort of get straight into it if we want. Let me just take you to the project. So right now what we're doing is mostly looking at the game's 16 abilities that I've got planned for it, and thinking about like just which ones fit where in the chapters and how that is supposed to work. So basically the way I have it planned is there's 4 regions where abilities are in the game, and in each region, there are 3 abilities you can pick up in the first chapter to do with that region, and then an ability in that region for chapter 5. So for each of the regions, the 4th ability is a chapter 5 ability. Hey, Doodle the Dev. Now that constraint seemed pretty reasonable to me when I first started working on the game. And even in like 2023, it seemed almost like too many, and now it almost seems like too few. And that could just be that I haven't really designed the levels with recycling previous abilities in mind, but I guess we'll have to do that anyway. So this is mostly about just validating kind of like the roadmap of enemies and just sort of where things lie, where things fall. I've been working on just removing the question marks, essentially. That's what it is today. Thank you so much for the sub, Doodle. So these are all the abilities so far. We've got a big palette of abilities here to choose from to put in the game that we've concepted or prototyped so far. The blue ones are the ones that I'm least happy about. I just don't think that they're defined enough yet. The way the abilities work in the game is that each of them are directional. So red abilities push you forward, blue abilities are defensive, yellow abilities send you down, and green abilities send you up. So that's the kind of like gist. And then for each color, one of them affects enemies rather than Armin. 3 of them affect Armin. And then one of them in each of these should be kind of more like a spin, like a utility spin, rather than like not a spin physically, but like a spin on the concept rather than just a straight, you move in this direction. So it's basically like, say red, it's like charge is that you just go through the air in this direction. And then wall ride is like a you can do this ability on specific geometry to move horizontally through space. Explode is you push enemies outwards, so that's 3, and then one more that's just like flavor, and at that point that's 4. So we've already kind of like run out of the quota on horizontal abilities, and it's hard because I've got a lot of ideas. So maybe we could get up to 20, I don't know, but for now we're just going to keep it here. It's also a concept of like, what if you have 16 but you can upgrade each of them once to do an additional thing. They do that in Mina the Hollower. It's just the difference between like how many weapons versus weapon upgrades in that game. It's like, there are 5 weapons and each get upgraded twice, which means 15 levels of thing, or 15, possible things. Yeah. This is Figma. It is a website, but it's also an app. It's same. Okay. So, we have been doing chapter 3. There's obviously going to be a blue ability here that I don't have locked in yet. It's not going to be pull. It's not going to be absorb damage to use dash. I mean, it could be this one. That's kind of on the cards. This hold fast one was kind of interesting. Armin drives his sword into the ground, becomes immobile. The contact with the ground and sword solidifies with ice. The ice remains active while the button is held. We were sort of trying a version with this where it becomes like a platform you can jump on top of. There is this layer to these abilities, as I was mentioning before, where some of them react to level elements, and the level elements. Someone got fired because of a $2 cookie. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so these level elements are, things that you can either interact with or that interact with you. So, like the idea of wind we have in the game that pushes you around. I like the idea of like an ability that just defies the wind and maybe is like an impervious block as well. That could be cool. And for chapter 3, that would be useful. So maybe we just go for it and we just find interesting uses for it later. So right now, we kind of turn that into the absorb. Absorb is kind of a little different because it's about expecting to get hit, which I suppose is also similar. It's not a bad thing to have those be 2 separate abilities. Absorb orb. Hover in place momentarily. If attacked, get boosted in input a direction. I think the only thing about this that I would want is some sort of offensive aspect to it. But it is conceptually very similar, of like you stay in place, you don't get hurt. Not sure. I have to think about it. This one's cool, the echo wave thing. What's this? Whirlpool shield. Capture all projectiles thrown at you. I think the stand ground thing to not get pushed is really valuable. I'm just wondering like what else it could do. I don't mind the idea of it becoming a thing you can then sort of step on top of. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. It's like if you get affected, the ice builds up and then becomes a platform at the end. We've kind of already got that in the game, so let's go have a look at how that works and see if we can tweak it towards it. Today, working on abilities. It was kind of cool that you could go like, you could run, jump, do that. Where's the button? And then jump higher. I think having it be something you can jump on top of if you get hit is kind of interesting. Just like an extra thing in the air that you can step on top of. That works. Yes, yeah, there's magic. Certainly. It's not really in the world. It's more like it's been dormant for a long time. So this is where we left it yesterday. You can sort of pogo on the enemies now, drill under them, and then pop up. And then there's the plunge, which is more like... Ah. Cool. So... when it comes to making this stuff work, this is what I'm interested in. Once you get the ensigns, do you have them forever, or do you have to parry again? How does that work? So you unlock them in what are called crucibles around the map. So this is a crucible here. You can see there. It's like a separate level that you warp to. You learn the ability in this like trial area. And then, so for example, this is one. You start here, you use the ability a bunch of times to get to here, you solidify it into the sword, and then now you have it when you leave. But you can't use it unless you capture it from an enemy in the level. So in every level, if there's an enemy that has that ability, you can capture it from then on. And then when you leave the level, it resets. So you don't get to keep it forever until later. Later in the game, there is the ability to sort of create a loadout of permanent, they're called ensigns. So permanent ensigns that like you just carry around forever one per slot. So there are 4 slots and you can essentially store them in there with every chapter. So in like the second chapter, you get to store a green after that forever. So by chapter 3, you'll be running around with at least 1 green ability, and then anything that's in the level that you've unlocked. So yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, it's a little. The reason is because they're so powerful. If you could just use it, you just have it, and now it's like, oh, I have a double jump whenever I want, wherever I want. I can't. It's hard to do level designs that way. So this is my way of trying to make the level design feasible, actually doable, by like taking them away from you. And then if you want to break the level design, you have to like go to a specific checkpoint, pick the loadout you want, and then go back and then do it. So that's I'm okay with people breaking the game once they've unlocked all the abilities and everything. Then they can kind of like break the level design, but not before that. Okay, so the next step is, yeah, I want this. I guess we also have like this, which we've been working on. Yeah, this one I'm kind of a little... unsure about. But I like the concept. I think it's just that it needs... It needs an attack. Every ability needs a hitbox. So this one, I guess what it'll be is something like, if we go to this one. Right now it's just become instant. I think what I want to do is have him go slam into the ground and then he's like impervious. Maybe it should happen. Maybe the hitbox happens after. It's tough because a lot of these abilities happen essentially instantly and some of them happen later. Where there's platforming implications, you kind of want them to be instant. Okay. Well, let's just build this thing. So right now, frost. How do we want this to work? Let's think about it. We'll do it in a safer environment so that we can kind of think about it a bit more. I'll just sketch it. Better to sketch to start. Okay. So it's something like hey, go into the inkwell. Welcome. Welcome from the inkwell. So does this and then remains steadfast. Hi. So it's raise sword. Slam into, whoa. I had for a long time a lot of ideas about throwing the sword and having the sword kind of like be an object you can throw and then go and pick up and stuff like that. These days, I don't think it's tough to do that. It's just not because it's hard to create, but it's hard to kind of logic. Anyway, build up frost. And then after climb on top. I'm working on my game, working on Insignia. It's a side-scrolling action platformer. I don't know how much you know about it, but action, adventure, Metroidvania style game. Big networked world. This is kind of what it is. You've got quests, you've got... At the moment, I'm working on new abilities. So things that you unlock to give you access to new powers in the world. So we're just concepting things, and then I'm sort of going to prototype them a bit more. Should probably be a square to protect him fully from it. Could be narrow though. I could see it. And I suppose you could use this in the air, but I kind of don't want you to be able to. But then what would the outcome be if you couldn't? Hey, Dabrisky. What happens when you press the button if you're in the air? It needs to do something. And it can't be a plunge because it's not the right thing. It could just be a flurry of snow, just a little goes around you, but you can't do the slam. Or maybe he gets stuck in this phase until he hits the ground and then he slams it. This is the move. Those are the animations. This is one of the first. I used to have souls in this game. This game was a souls game at one point, and there was an ability that allowed you to revive the souls of enemies using this yellow ability. I did have the colors at that point. This is like a kind of like a neutral ability or something like that. Is there fall damage? There's no fall damage. So you could like slam the thing into the ground and then, yeah. Look at this giant sprite that I have for no reason. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Also this. Yeah, don't you worry, Bone Circuit. I know that you had a lot of questions yesterday for me and concerns. Summary, I am talking to a lot of people who are more experienced than me. I do have an ACN, and I'm not making any rash decisions. Don't worry about it. I have a meeting tomorrow with somebody who's going to give me some guidance. Don't fear. Okay. Yeah, I think broadly, I just want to say, like, I know that I'm doing this publicly and I don't know everything. And so I think that invites people who want what's best for me to give as much advice as they can. And I think that I'm appreciative of that. I can get a bit overwhelmed by it sometimes, because what a normal person does when they don't know something is that they have time to learn it, and then they go out into the world and apply that knowledge, whereas I'm in the world learning it. So it's not really going to be always the case that I can just be an expert on something. And that vulnerability, I guess, of just like showing you know, whether it's me drafting a Kickstarter or learning to code something or talking about business choices or whatever, you know, I'm not always going to have the answers. And sometimes, like, the way my mind works is I output things. Those things can be wrong, but then I look at them and then I can evaluate them. So like with the Kickstarter stuff, you know, as with anything, it's okay if I write down on the thing, like, we could try this as a redeem, and then it's not a good idea, and I just take it down, you know, or something. I think maybe I got a bit caught up yesterday. I guess, like, intellectually, I know what I'm saying is true and I feel confidently about it, but I'm also like a human and I don't always have like the best headspace for certain things. So it's not really even advice for you guys. It's just advice for me, is that, yeah, sometimes I just, because I'm doing this publicly, I guess what I would say is don't be too worried about me if I'm saying something that's not perfect or doing something that's not perfect. Because those aren't commitments just because I'm here doing them for you or in front of you. They're just my way of processing information. Sometimes you need to sort of see it on the board and go, that's probably not going to work. Let's work that back. But I guess I just want to quell any anxious energy. That's what I'm trying to do here. That's a new word for you if you don't know that one. All right. So what I'm trying to do right now is I need to I have this move, so I might as well use it. So let's go to this, and then this, and then we were at frost ability. So we've got a game object, which is the frost. We've got the frost hitbox. We don't yet have an animation. It just sort of appears. So let's add an animation, and we can add a public animation state. Call anim if we want. And then we'll call it like thrust. And then we might need one for climb or something later, but let's call it thrust. So let me enter this for the first time. This enter for this becomes the creating the frost. So it's like, this is spawn frost. Yeah, exactly. And we don't actually want to do that just yet. So the first thing we want to do is say thrust, set thrust, true, which is going to force us into the thing. And then we want to say on do. This is an ability state, so we should have like public override void do. If state is complete, then spawn frost. We also need a hurt confirm event. So we're going to say animator dot box manager dot it could be life event. Do we have a hit event? We have on hurt. We have hit logged. That's interesting. I'll come back to that. We've got a few different places where we have on hit. We can spawn frost, and I guess this is going to need a collision info. Equals null. And is this a class? It is a class. Okay. So when we exit, we remove the listener. So now the spawn frost happens whenever we take damage. But it probably shouldn't do that. So frost is game object. So spawn frost. Maybe we should have like public void respond to hurt spawn frost with this should have collision info. And then we don't need that because we don't need this. And this is like respond to hurt. And then, hey, font dev, I'm good. So when we're on hurt, we respond to hurt. We say if frost.gameObject dot active in hierarchy. Sure. If it's not active, spawn it in. Do I recommend how to avoid procrastination? I think I've said this before. You have to, all of the different parts of you have to agree with what you're doing on that day. So if you have other things you want to be doing, or you don't feel confident in doing the task, you're going to procrastinate. And usually to solve that, you should make the task smaller or plan for the task. So rather than say, oh, I'm going to do that later, I'm going to do it later, I'm going to do it later. It's too complicated, it's too big, it's too scary. Sit down and say, what does this need to be? What do I need to do this? And what's the first thing? And as long as you feel comfortable doing that first thing, you're already in the headspace. It's easier to do it. No worries. So the first thing we do is we enter. Let's put this up here. Let's take this and put this here. And then this should be called activate because we have deactivate. I don't know why that's true. That should be false, right? I don't really understand that. Okay. So, that's if we want to activate it. What's your opinion of artificial intelligence? Hola. What do they say? Bienvenido? Is that a thing? Welcome. I can't answer in a way that's simple. It's complicated. Muy complicado. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. No. I understand the question, but it's hard to answer the question. I don't use agents. No. Okay. So if state is complete and taking damage, I guess we just want that to happen. We don't really want to activate frost in that instance. We just want to say if state.complete, or if like time is greater than a certain amount of time. So like if time is greater than like 3 seconds, complete. Frost thrust. Hey, Maddie Savage. Hey, thanks for the follow. Is that Mira? I can't really see the name. Sorry. Thanks. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Ah, peace. Yo comprende. I don't know if that's what you say. I understand. Okay. Do base. This is drill ability. I want frost ability, and I want base dot do here. So when we go into this, we say cool. Cool. Now we just need an enemy. Aww. Okay. Oh, this is a hit receiver. It's add hit receiver. And this requires an I hit receiver. I hit receiver is an interface. So this technically is an I hit receiver. And then it's this. And then it needs a on hit received. I didn't quite get that right. This is new stuff. And this is prevent damage. And then this is where we we activate Frost. And then I think we should just, there should be a thing that says return info get report. Public get report. Yeah, I don't think we can do that. So instead of this becomes this. It's become, well, that's going to do that anyway. And then okay, so how does this work? We've got on entry, we add hit receiver. On exit, we remove hit receiver. And then on receive hit, respond to received hit, receive hit. We do that, good. Okay. And now actually we don't really need these anymore. They're not relevant. They're all outdated. Almost. Okay, well. Why? Oh, because this completes the animation afterwards. We don't want to do that. And we don't want to do this either. Hello. Okay, let's try this then. Uh-oh. There we go. Yay. Okay, it works. And then we want to be able to get on top of that. No, it's not a Mario Cape turnaround ability. It's a enemy attacks you, you turn into ice block, and then you get on ice block afterwards. Sort of. I don't know what that is. Why can't we just stand on it? Because of the sprite, I think. That's just a collider, and that's okay. I don't think we need this or this or this or this. And then this is just the collider. It is what it is. that should be fine. Why is that like that though? It's like soft. Why are we sinking into it? Did I make it a platform? What did I do? It's just a box collider. How is that possible? I don't understand it. Is it that, oh, it's considered a, no, it's untagged. What the heck? What the heck, chat? I don't understand what's happening. This is fine. This is not fine. We're like sinking into it. Why? It doesn't even have any scripts on it. Oh, it's considered a trigger. I'll turn that off. Boom. Okay. Well, that's why. So this is probably going to break then. But good to know we have it. We could make it sort of store a charge. That's better. It's kind of cooler that it's like that. And then we could say if maybe you can hold it. Input dot. So you have to be going bum, 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 and then you go. If it's active in hierarchy or it's not held. And then this animation loop, I think we can fix that by taking that away. So we say the loop has no duration. And then when it happens though, we can just hold it until it's not. So this is not going to happen this way. We just say if it's literally just that. Why does that end so quickly? Set loop. If doing loop and roll held is not. Because we are not allowed to move. Dude, I hate that. So then we need to say on start, we need to say exit when moving, false, or something like that. Cool. And then it's, do we have like a face direction, face input? Hello, Octagon. Well, that's tough. Hey, Kai Cool, welcome. We can kind of cheese this by saying I am doing well. I'm doing well today. I slept last night. Man, that's so annoying. Sup? How's it going, Renzo? Trying to figure out why I can't seem to... So input control is an input intent. And the problem here is that I think update buttons only checks if it's enabled. Controller is an input control. This becomes enabled as false. We are building an action adventure game, a side-scrolling platformer action adventure, and I am trying to do something very minor that I only need to do because I'm not very smart. So the game itself looks like this. And right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm implementing a new ability. And the ability is like you can hold here and create an ice block when you get hurt to stop you from taking damage, and then creates you can solve platforming stuff with it. So I can like go over here, do this. Now I can come up here. So it's fine. The only thing is that the player character can pivot while he's locked into the animation, which I don't want. And if I go to the animation itself, there's nothing here that can, this is my component. There's nothing here that lets me, that forces it not to allow you to turn around. So the only way I can stop the player from turning around midway through whatever is by doing something called like essentially taking away player control. But I need player control because I'm also trying to check if you're holding down the attack button to know when to release. It's not there. It's this roll held. So basically, to stop you from turning left and right, I disable the input. But I need to check the input to know if you're still holding the button down. Which means the only way I can really do it is if I sort of fake it. I could do like void, late update. And then I can say like, if core dot machine dot active state branch dot contains this, then I can say vector to start facing, and then on entry we can say start facing equals core dot facing direction, and then here we could say do that. That would be my cheat way of doing it. Wow. I hope it's a procedural game that doesn't allow you to, that doesn't require a lot of level editing. Okay, well that worked. I don't love waiting for the enemy to attack me, but it's not too bad. It's cool that it also creates like a visual block. Like he can't see me anymore. I like that. Okay, now we just need to put a well, we do have a hitbox on this. Okay. Let's make it bigger. High ground. I can't get up there. Now I can. Also, I guess trapping enemies underground. I can also imagine a time when you'll be able to maybe like kick the platform or move the platform somewhere. I like the idea of like coming back to it, or having it like setting it up between two spots. Yeah, it's only triggered by being attacked right now. Oh, that could be interesting. It could be like you have a charge, maybe, and then you can, ooh, that could be interesting. It doesn't auto create. It's sort of like, I love the idea of like kicking it forward to here and then jumping after it. I love that. So it doesn't just create it on trigger, on hurt. It actually like, hey Kenji. The idea that like it gives you a thing that then you can then place. There's also the idea of maybe like it's like a charge, like it stores, and then the next time you press the button, it places. They're all my assets. Everything is mine. It's a big game, all solo. Well, not all solo, but most of this is. Mostly solo. Yeah, it's this game was a solo project for many years. So all of the assets were designed by me. Some of them were finished by some collaborators. And music was not done by me. Sound effects not done by me. So I've been working on this since 2017. So there's like maybe the kick, maybe it's like the ice block gets created and then you sort of like kick it or something like that in a direction, or you like attack. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It's kind of, that makes it very similar to this at that point, which is you get attacked and then you go in a direction. I really like the idea of having an ability that just kicks a projectile forward. It's just like a not a projectile, a collider. Shouldn't you be able to use the abilities before you get attacked, or is there a purpose to being attacked first, or am I not catching on? Well, the base magic system in the game is defensive, so you can't. I have no abilities right now. I collect abilities and then I can use them, but then I need to block again to get it. This one here, I have it. I guess I could just use it at any time, but it feels a bit weirdly free if you could just press a button and then just like create a big platform to jump on. I don't know. The whole point was that the blue ones are defensive. So that's just like the whole idea, is that they're there to protect you from getting damaged and stuff. Like the red ones are more aggressive, more offensive. Oh, I can surely get it. I can make that. There we go. Can I make the main character turn into a wolf? No. You lose the abilities between levels. Okay, well, we'll figure that out. So now what's next? So annoying, dude. It is a good layout. It works really well. Figma's great. And it's very fast. Like it never slows down. I mean, it doesn't never slow down. It slows down only if you have like thousands of components. But like, look at all of the, I've got like level chunks in a page, which is in a list, which is in a list. And then I can create a duplicate of that here that respects the original. So if I change, you know, the text here, it'll change back there. At least it should. They set fire to Figma? Okay, well maybe I'm not setting fire to it. I don't have a lot of like crazy high-res images in here. Or like lots of like prototype states or animations. It's mostly static, so maybe it works better without all the extra media. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is green, green, red, yellow, good. Yellow, red, blue, good. Now we need chapter 4 abilities, which is blue, yellow, blue. It's gonna be hard. I don't have a lot of blue ones I like. I will have this one. The world map is huge. I'm already doing that. So that's one. Another yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4 yellows. What is the next yellow that we don't have? We have plunge. We don't have this dive kick. I don't know how I feel about it. It's in the game. I just don't love it. This this is kind of already heading into the game. This is the Reinhardt hammer. That we could do. This power slide is already in. This is here. And it's this actually. Okay. Yeah, I think, Wibby, I think you're maybe misunderstanding how the abilities work in Insignia. It's not that you just have them all the time and that you need like, I need to safeguard the player from safeguard the level design from the player being able to just use all the abilities. In every level, like there's at least one gate that requires you to use one or all of the abilities. So each or all. In this case, you need all three of the abilities in the chapter to get past this point. So the map doesn't need to be huge to accommodate it because they're all here. You need all three to get through this line. Later on, like this one here, you need one ability to get through here, which requires you to do this first, and then you can come up through here. You know, same thing over here. This gap here and this one here, you need an ability to cross those. That's already 5 out of 16 in just those 2 chapters. There's some here. You need an ability to cross this gap. 6. It's not hard. Okay. So I need blue, yellow, blue. I've got one blue. I need a yellow and another blue. Whoop. Okay. So interesting. Thanks for the show today. I don't know what you mean by that. IRL stuff. Oh, you're leaving. Okay. See you, Bone Socket. Okay. So yeah, we're looking at these. This is kind of cool. I don't know what I'd use it for. Maybe something that goes underneath, or like follows an electric wire or something like that. It's damaged, but it also like electrifies something far away. This I don't love. drag things down with you. Not super into any of these ideas. I'm just gonna make like a backlog. Just of things I don't like at all and that I probably won't use. That is that. I see. I have the concept of playing a different character. I have concepts of a plan, but I don't know about that yet. Maybe I'll just take these ones. Sorry, I changed my mind. Put them here, and then just make them like 20%. All right. This one, I quite liked it. I've sort of already replaced it. We don't have like a water ability. I also do have a dig down through surfaces ability, which we actually, it totally worked. Like the opposite of the Zelda Twilight Princess, not Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom. The thing that goes up through roofs. We've got that, but down through floors. But I don't think it's the way to go. What we don't have is something that's more... Well, we do have something that interacts with level elements. That's the plunge. So now we just need something. I guess we can just do something that is a big attack. It's not too bad. It's just a shockwave. I'm pretty sure I do still critique games. I haven't been critiquing games for a little bit because I'm trying to sort of focus. It's not like out of the question, but it's not priority right now. This one. Oh. Hang on a second. He's a different guy than I remember him being. I replaced him with a different guy. Didn't I have a level where you had to... There was like an underground section and you're doing some stuff with the thing. And where did that go? This one. Okay, well, let's try you out on a new level. Okay, it still works. Hmm. Do we still have targeting in the game? I can't remember what we did with that. We do still have targeting. I can't remember what the conversation was around that. We spent a long time, a couple of weeks ago, thinking about targeting, and I just have no idea what happened to it. I think we just put it in a target radius, target analog system, right? Okay. What else can we do with this? It's kind of an idea I just had. Something where you go... Oh, I'm getting a phone call. One sec, pals. Be right back. Okay. So I have this idea of like, you sort of like pull a curtain down, like when this goes to that, there's like a tear, and the tear goes through the air until it hits the ground. Which kind of will look like this. And anything that gets caught in this gets like pulled. So it'll be a way of like, I guess, forcing airborne things down so that you can then attack them, assuming you can get up that high to begin with. It's very similar to a different ability I've already got. Cooking. So maybe not that one. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Yellow abilities. I've got you go down through multiple things. I've got you go into the ground, burrow for a while, and then pop out. Those are the two I've got. I've got you pull enemies down. But I need one more. And one of them is like a dive kick that I've already kind of got in the game. It's just a forward diagonal thing. Diagonals mainly, yeah, it's the concept of down. So whatever you can think of that moves downwards is kind of like the idea. It's the player or something. I guess there could be some other medium that we move through, that we need to move downwards through. Plunge kind of already goes down through like upward updrafts. Down. We have the idea of slopes in the game and going down slopes, but it's too forward. Like, even though it's down, you're using the down to go forward, and then when you come out of the slope, you still continue forward. So it's so much more red than it is yellow, which means what else can we do? We can we could do the going through the ground. I don't love it. We could create a new interactable level element that allows you to, I don't know. Maybe it's something more like weight. Oh, we've already got the weight in the plunge. The tear is kind of cool. The thing is, I've already got, so one of each of the abilities is a do this on enemies. And I've got this idea of like, it's kind of already this. So like there's a green ability called entropy, where you stand here, the sword in the air, and then you pull down. And then an enemy that you're targeting gets pulled down to where you are, and you get lifted up. So it's kind of like an exchange. At that point, you're sort of already doing the thing I was just describing. So this is a green ability. The yellow version of this would be, I guess, like pulling an enemy upwards and you sort of descend downwards. I'm not sure why I would want to do that because gravity's already doing that, but could be pulling an enemy out of the ground or launching an enemy into a ceiling of spikes. And whether or not this is the yellow one and this is the green, I'm not sure. You would think the green would be the one that pulls them up and the yellow would be the one that pulls them down. In that case, this becomes the yellow one. But I'm still unsure about that. So then we're back to the drawing board for yellow abilities. The problem with yellow is that gravity does so much work already. Gravity is just there in the game. And so like going down is something that you don't typically need to. It's not a direction that you have challenges going because if you just fall, it's already going to take you that way. So it's really like maybe like against an upward current that only really makes sense, which we've sort of already covered here. So you can go up or you can fight against it. We had an idea before of like lights. Sort of like planting the sword into the ground and electrifying the area. Maybe it could be like or it could be Pikachu's down B. Lightning rod. Like thunder. So you get a ball or something of lightning strike down and it hits anything above you in this space with a very strong downward thrust, downward pulse. And that's it. It just pulls, it just is a hitbox that pulls things downwards, I suppose. And you could use it to like create, like if there are like things in the air that could be like lit up with energy, this just like does that. Ooh, maybe it like creates it electrifies you. You become the ground for something. So if there's like metal here, it like passes a current through it. That could be fun. So it would be mostly just like a line. That's say yay wide, and if you're like, you know, this size, that just pulls things down. Maybe it would need to be like, I don't know how we would describe it. Okay, well that's easy enough. I mean, we can make that happen. Really? I don't have an animation for this? I don't have him just like holding the sword up into the air? Okay. I know I have this. Hey, Ronnie. I have the power. What do I do for a living? This is what I do for a living, but it's not really enough on its own. Usually I have some sort of contract or something that I'm doing a few months in the year. Sometimes they're game dev, yeah. Sometimes they're UX. Sometimes they are like motion design, or I do lots of different things. Might as well use the actual colors at this point. Pretty much. Yeah, I've been using this track for ages and ages and ages. Okay. Grand Theft Naruto. Sounds good. You should make it. Tanjiro? Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know if I would say he's like Tanjiro. Tanjiro's got like a pretty happy-go-lucky kind of attitude. At least in what I've seen of Demon Slayer. part of making a game do I enjoy the most? Good question. I don't know. I guess for me, animating is the most, I guess, I get the most positive feedback when I do it, but it's not necessarily the thing that I love the most. It can get quite tiring to do animation all day. Hard to say, really. I think the most fun is like the point where I have a concept and I can really quickly mock it up and test it in the game. I think that's the part that's the easiest for me. So whenever I can kind of do that, I think that's when I'm most comfortable. Just like when the stakes are a little bit lower and I'm just like jamming stuff out. You are still using Windows 10. No, I don't think I am. How dare you tell me what operating system I'm using? I can't even really remember what Windows 10 is. How does it differ from Windows 11? I can't even, it's not even something I have any context for. No, I'm contracting sound and music out. Other people do it. I have the power. The first idea for the whole game guy.png. This the sketch of a character that didn't exist yet. And there was also an idea. There was a game idea that I had alongside this drawing. A separate idea for a separate thing. And the game idea was something like, it's a game where you do combat and there's like directional stuff happening. That's literally as far as I had gone. There's like, it's a game where I had this idea of like, you swipe, it was going to be like a touch game. You like swipe to like slide forward, or like you swipe up to like fly upwards. And it was going to be kind of like a Mega Man style thing, where the abilities were directional. That was like very, 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 I have like sketches in a notebook of stuff like that. But that wasn't really an idea for a game. It was just like a thing. Like I wasn't going to make it. And then, so from the drawing came a world, and that's its whole separate thing. Insignia, Armin, all of that. That was like the world of Insignia as like an IP. And then the only other thing that really contributed to what the game is as like a piece of media, or like its architecture as a game, is this thing here. This GIF that I've got from like 2018. Where are you? Here it is. This thing here. Of like, oh, you can use enemies to get higher up in the levels. There was a moment like this that was really cool. And then there was like one other thing that I did where I was fighting a hedgehog, and I like parried the hedgehog, and I made it so the parry made the hedgehog flip backwards and into the air, and then I jumped after the hedgehog, attacked it, and then grabbed onto a ledge that I was higher up because I hit the hedgehog. It was like this idea that like the hit confirms give you an extra vertical boost. So the idea that you could do like a puzzle where like you've got to bait the hedgehog into chasing you, and then you stand in front of a ledge that's higher, you parry the hedgehog, jump, attack it, grab the ledge. That was like in early 2018, maybe late 2017. Those little experiments were like the first thing of like, oh, this is like its own, I could like make a game out of this. And then I spent ages trying to get that to be a thing. And eventually it worked out with the ensign system that I've got now. Trying to like, hey, Hypnotic Games, how's it going? Trying to think about how you would even, like, what's the maximum stretch that you could do. I guess the idea would be to... The problem is his coat is like, it doesn't really afford for that. Maybe I would move the hips like this. Make it feel like there's more of a stretch. Or I could have him, you know what I could do? I could have him like kind of up on one leg. Insignia goes well. Kind of raise this one a little. Nah. We'll figure it out. Shouldn't have started detailing it. Would have been easier to prototype. When you put too much detail in, it makes it too easy to see what's wrong. But the problem is, what's wrong with the detailed thing might not be something that's even there by the time you are done prototyping it, because you might rework whole sections. So it's not really a great idea to do it. Better to do this, and then you can figure out, you can change the shape altogether and then end up detailing it. Whereas here, it's like, I guess I want him to stand on 2 feet like that. Like if I was drawing this from scratch, do you know what I probably would do? I probably would just go for something like insanely extended. Something like this. You know, like the Super Mario and Luigi do that. You know, it's like, you gotta shine or whatever. Something like this. I probably would have done that. And then have him like standing on his toe. You know, it's more of like a punch. And then have the sword not even dead straight. It is a wonky time signature. It's a hard one to follow. It's the other way around. In this respect. Wait, what? Wait. This part. Oh no! That can't be right. Maybe this, instead of being this way, could have crossed over the body. Yeah, that's kind of cool. It's impossible to look at what it actually is, but... This is his butt. This is the seam in the fold in his leg coming across the body. Driving that knee forward. I think the idea is mostly right. And then I think a lot of this also comes down to bringing the rotation forward. Well, I guess it's like you kind of want this part to be folding in front of this part, and his head almost like out. I wonder if it should be like out to the side. Probably not necessary. And now we're spending too much time on this frame Yeah, it's better. Dude, what is it about Twilight Town that just does not sound like home? Or is this no, this is Traverse Town. This is the Dream Drop Distance Traverse Town? Yeah, it is. There's something about it that just feels, I guess it's just because it's not what I grew up with. I guess that's just what it is. Randomly disables your Wi-Fi? Wow. That's annoying. So this is just an ability that, sorry pals, on YouTube, I haven't been looking. There's nothing better than your stream on my YouTube homepage. Aw. Hey, J-Regification. Hey, Ametemre. All right. So what we're looking for is, it's really just an ability, isn't it? It's just like, do this animation. And then we need to create an object. Do I use a mouse or some kind of drawing tablet? I use a drawing tablet. I use a pen. Yeah, so it's just like Armin does the animation. Probably should do a hurt box on this. Whoop. And then new graph because new ability. This is a gray box level template called lightning rod test. Lightning rod. Okay. Hey, Kindzote. Hey, Lath. I'm doing okay. I spend more than 3 hours doing most things. Okay. Gives me some ease. Yesterday I spent 4 hours doing a simple setting screen, the first design of it. Well, if it's just like a simple screen and it's just a design, look, you're going to take the amount of time that you need because you have like a limited amount of experience and you're just going to go at the speed you need to go at. I think like procrastination is definitely something you can minimize, but how do you even you know, it's up to you. I can't tell you when you're procrastinating. That's the thing. I can't say, oh, you should be doing less of this. It should take you less hours, because it's going to take you more hours than it's going to take me, because I've got a background in UI design. So like, if it's just a simple settings page, you know, I could say, okay, here it is. Here's the left side, here's the right side. Left side's a column like this. Right side shows the contents. You know, there you go. It's 2 columns. This is settings. And then each of these, as you go down the page, blah, 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 blah. You know, you could do that and mock that up and say, okay, and then you've got, you know, label of the thing. You know, if it's a slider, here's a label, here's the slider, and okay, here's the value. You know, you can do that. But like, you know what settings you need, how much screen real estate you have, what kind of input controls you allow the player to use to do this. Is it mouse and keyboard? Is it controller? You know. Well, if you don't know about the Unity system, then yeah, I mean, it might take you a bit longer. If you don't know exactly how they should be laid out, all of that's up to you, you know. Like, you can't, I don't know what should take you more or less time. As long as you mocked it up first, that's great. That's a really good step. Oh, Jesus. No, I haven't tried it. How long did it take me to get this fluent in coding? This far. So far. I've been coding since like 2008. And I get a little bit better all the time, but it's never, I don't know. I was doing something like this in like 2020, 2022 maybe. But you get better in like finer and finer, less noticeable ways for a beginner. Yay. It's going. So we want the lightning to spawn on the thing. So we probably want to say frame for.animator character.animator frame tags event.add listener lightning. So we could go spawn. And then on this frame, we add an event and call it spawn light. Okay. Also, not you. Cool. Yeah, I started programming as like a hobby in high school. And then I did a uni degree where we did a little bit of, we did a little bit of code, and I just sort of fell in love with it and kept doing it. And I was never a programmer professionally. I never needed to use it. But that's kind of why I started making games, because I was like, well, I want to make games. I love coding. I'm teaching myself. I'm enjoying it. So why don't I just make a game? I was mostly just doing UX design most of my time. I think my first job I got paid to code in is like the last job I just took. Yeah, the museum game. That was like the first time I got paid to code something. I learned a lot. If it's not null, do this. Otherwise, do this. What's wrong with that? Start pause is that lightning bolt set transform dot parent. I think this might have to happen first. Or is it that it's already finished by the time? Oh, this time has already passed. Oh, okay. There we go. I don't have a 9 to 5. No, this is my 9 to 5. Just running my business, trying to make money. Content creation and contracts and that kind of thing. I think he needs to sort of hover a little bit. Hmm. That's annoying. Why does gravity scale get reset? Oh, don't do that. No. Also, it doesn't work the first time. Wonder why that is. Did you know from the start of the project that you were going to take this long to complete? No, I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought maybe 5 years. Almost going to be double that. Ooh, it got stuck. Maybe because... But why? Hang on. Lightning ball is there. Why doesn't it move? Because it's not struck. Struck is false. That's fine. Base dot do. Strike time. Lightning ball. Where does the spawn happen? Here. It does get spawned. Strike time is the current time. That seems fine to me. Okay. Items vanishing doesn't fit the medieval theme of the game. What do you mean items vanishing? What does that mean, Gesouts? What are you saying? Hey, it worked. The vanishing animation. Whoa, you're starting a completely separate conversation. The vanishing animation with the scanline pattern. It's not an item. It's an enemy dying. And it does fit the medieval theme of the game because it is a video game. It is a pixel art video game, and it's just a disappearing animation. The game has retro aspects all throughout it. Things like sound effect design, certain shaders. The way the game presents itself is as a pixel art video game. So it's not just trying to be a medieval, simulation. Characters don't get red outlines that are 1 pixel wide either. You know what I mean? In medieval fantasy. Realism isn't a very good reason to do anything really in a video game other than story believability. But if we're talking about visual presentation, I wouldn't worry about it for a pixel art game. I would just try to make something that's effective. Okay, we want to ability scriptable dot. I don't know why the gravity scale is getting reset. Because of reset body props is there, but that's not what's set up. When we go to here, let's do that. Dude, what is going on? No way. How? Exactly. What is assigning the gravity scale? Could be this. This gets referenced 14 times. Hey, Toaster Face Games, welcome. What's up? Not that. Maybe this. Probably not that. Ground navigate, air control, maybe. Combat behavior, maybe. What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say this is mobile and I air? What about that? Oh, nice. Switch Expo. Still no good. Avcon. Sweet. I didn't know they had a convention in Adelaide called AVCon. AV as in audio visual. I know about Sage. Oh, anime video games. That's cool. All right, what else? Wall control, sword behavior, state machine core, gravity scale equals body.gravity scale. What is this? Oh, that's where I am. Sweet. Which is your game, Toaster Face? Do I know it? Wield, character, default body properties. That's not happening yet. Pedal Rebel VR. I don't think I know it. One sec. Okay. It could be this, but it's probably not that. It could be that this needs to be an air animation state. Copy, paste. Let's try it. There we go. Cool. So instead of setting this to 0, we're going to let the animation assign it. Hello. Okay. Cool. And then cool. And then I guess we want to do some sort of like big blah. Some like lightning strike frame at the end. Where we do this. And we do this. Oh no, getting struck by lightning magic isn't very medieval. Or is it? All right. Canvas size? Why would that be a command, Riosh? Why would that? How could I possibly tell you the canvas size of my currently open Sprite file? I don't have a bot just for that. It was a good try, though. Not a bad guess. No. It's not the same for everything. No, I do it just depending on what I'm doing. This one was 128 by 128. There is no rule at all in game dev or pixel art that says that a canvas needs to be a specific size. There are vehicles in the game. There's a rule that if you're making a retro pixel art game, each sprite should be about the same size. I mean, it depends on... that's not even true. I don't know any games where that's the case. Whose rule is that? There are tile-based games for sure. And there are games old enough that most of the sprites needed to be part of a tile, but you would have parts of the game certainly that didn't do that, like the title screen of Super Mario Brothers. Like Super Mario Brothers is a tile-based game, but there's plenty of assets in that game that are bigger than one tile. In fact, even Mario is made of 4 different tiles. So it's kind of just like a technical restriction to do with the way that graphics get rendered on these systems that it never actually stopped them from making sprites bigger than the restriction. It just meant they had to do extra workarounds to make them bigger. But it's very, very rare that a game would be just made of things that were all the same size. Again, if you're making a tile-based game, sure. But I mean, like, it's not a rule. None of these things are rules. There might be like things like trends, but even different systems have different restrictions. I would want this to flash, but I think we can't. We would need epilepsy warnings at that point. About 15 hours. Yeah, but like even like look at like Final Fantasy 1 sprites, given that we're listening to the fanfare. This is like NES, right? Look at the different sizes of the bosses. Right? Like the characters aren't the same size as the bosses. Everything's sort of different. Now, they might be in multiples. You could say that. But even this, look at that. It's like this is 1.5x bigger than this. So it's not even like there is a regularity to the sizes, but it was never even a thing, you know, where you needed to say, well, this is explicitly this many. Yeah, I don't know. It's not I want to be clear, like, how do I describe this? It's a good idea to work within restrictions. There's nothing wrong with working within restrictions as a concept to help you sort of stay, what's the word? Stylistically consistent, or to create, you know, clear boundaries for how you do specific things in the game. Style is important, and sure, to the extent that assets in games had tiles as a basis, working within those is valuable. But I wouldn't, as soon as your creative vision, as soon as you have a good reason to break that convention, you just break it. That's how I think about it. Like, there's just a point where, you know, you get to like Metal Slug, and it's like you're just working with like complete freedom, you know? So like, what is retro? What exact generation are you trying to emulate games from? I think the point is to be, I guess my advice would be for this to be something that's like, if you understand why, then it's valuable. If you have a good understanding of why you would want to do a specific thing, I think it's fine. But if it's just purely a fear of doing something wrong, then I would say like be very careful, because you're not going to be able to, you don't know what's right and what's wrong. And so I think when people like, it bothers me when people go, oh, I just thought you had to do this way, you know? And so I never did it I never did it a different way. I just did it this way because I thought you had to, because like that was like a rule. And it's like, no, that was never a rule. And I feel bad that you had to work with that constraint or couldn't explore, you know, whatever. Because you made an assumption based on like what somebody might have told you or something. I don't know. That just bothers me. Like, you should be, at the very least, curious about the boundaries of these things. If you can be at least curious about it, then you can learn where the boundaries are and how to break them in a way that's effective. Because they're more often than not, like, I think this is the point, right? It's not a lesson. To respect a boundary that you don't understand is not valuable. So whatever your process is, as long as it allows you to build a better relationship with those boundaries and make better choices for your games, that's what you should be thinking about. I think the thing, when people like, a lot of juniors go through this process where they start out with trivia. They start out with like things that they think they know because they read it somewhere. You know, it's like just really uninformed assumptions that are based on hearsay. And some of those assumptions might be useful at the beginning, but they'll never really survive more than a couple of years of like actually working on stuff. So I think if you go into it thinking, well, this is a rule that I've learned, I think it's going to hurt you. To never break the rule. So the next thing would be something like the ball needs an animation, or needs to be it kind of is a particle system. The ball just needs an animation that it could be 64 by 64 if we want. Let's say like boom, 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 boom. I mean, like there are things about process that I would say are rules, like that I would assign as a designer or whatever. I would say like, this is a rule. Don't break this rule. Because doing it in this order working in a specific order, picking a good workflow is going to be, start with the simple things and then do the complicated things later, for example. That's a rule. And I would say you can always apply that rule. One sec. But like technical rules about like facts, I guess. I don't know how to describe what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean, I think. It's the difference between like the way something ought to be approached versus the way something ought to be, full stop. I don't know how to describe the difference between those two things. I guess it's just like, it's like understanding the scope of a rule. Like, what is this rule? We're getting a bit philosophical here. We're going to get into like semantics, but like, it would be something like, the more specific a rule is, the more context bound it is, and understanding the bounds of that context and when they don't apply to you is key to knowing when to break the rule. There you go. If it's like, don't use, like if someone says you should only use 8 colors in your game, for example, that's like an extremely specific rule that has so much context behind it that knowing that should apply to your game is like, it almost doesn't ever. Like you should never do mixels, It's like even some retro games use mixels. Excuse me? I shocked myself. No, I'm not saying anybody should love mixels. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do them in your game. I'm just saying. There we go. I'm just saying that, like, there are contexts where you can do them and nobody will notice, or where they're the most appropriate thing in your game, where that's just fact. What do I have that just floats in the air? Do I have any enemy like that? These things won't come down though. It's pretty cool. Could it be faster? I made it slower. I think the visual effect breaks up a little bit the faster you go. Let me just fix that. Well, that's pretty apt. I guess it's just so fast that it never gets a chance to spawn them. There aren't enough frames, maybe. More abilities. Maybe there should be like one big lightning thing when it hits you, like a flash that's like the pew. Like 360 is the height of the... No. 64 by... I'm going to say 240 is the highest. I can't think of it being much more than that. Well, Bone Circuit, like I wouldn't agree with that. The less you worry about performance, the more tickets you have to deal with later. I've heard like pre-optimization is the mother of all evil. Worrying about performance at like the design level is I think a terrible idea. If you understand like what could affect performance, then you probably shouldn't be worrying about it. I don't know. They're too broad, these heuristics. This is a lot of VFX for one ability that I just added. A lot of unique VFX. Oh no, but I don't know how much. This is really hard. This is about to get very difficult. I don't know how far up this theoretical maximum the ball started. So I have to mask it within a specific range. Nah, that's not for today. That's not for today. Let's back out. It's too much. What we could do is just take this and then they do the top part, just to weight it up to the top. Yeah, maybe the hitbox should happen at the end. Bit different. What's an enemy that flies in my game? Bees. But not the it needs to be a multiple hit enemy. I don't have many flying multiple hit enemies because of is it cold? It is cold. I don't have many flying multiple hit enemies because they usually die in one hit if they're flying. But I would need them to have multiples here. So maybe we just grab a bee and we give it a lot more health. It might not react properly. Okay, what about like take this guy and give him gravity scale of 0. Because he's getting hit into the sword. Oops. Maybe we take away the hitbox altogether. Yo, thanks for the follow. I didn't catch your name. It might have been Hello Creates. Welcome. Nupa, thank you so much. I love the way his gravity just sort of goes whoop. It's like Mission Impossible. Dunk, 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 dunk. Let's have a look. Let's look where the hitbox is. No, that should be okay. Maybe the ball could have a longer hitbox too. Cool. Oh, dude, I got some ideas. Oh, needs to be faster. Maybe, do I have something else that can launch you? Oh, the backflip. This guy. Kick into the lightning. Insignia's been in development since 2017. I can make him not die at all. Did I get into PAX Oz Indie Showcase? I haven't been to PAX since 2017. With the game. So I haven't put it into the showcase. You have a question? I'm not really experienced, but I'm trying to make an RPG. Do you have any advice for me on how I can match animation speed with the actual attack speed in Godot? Currently my character only goes through the frames in a set interval. I'm not really following what you mean by matching. Why are they separate? Hey, Hambo Glue, I'm good. Oops. There's something there that I don't love, and I don't know how to fix it, but it's like... I don't know.
I feel like he should bounce back up when he gets hit by that. Like that. That should happen every time. I think I can solve that in... When do we go into tumble? Here. Here. If we are airborne, or the knockback is greater than 0. Honestly, I guess we could just make that literally ignore this part. Just say, it doesn't matter. You go into knockdown no matter what. He does go into knockdown and then immediately gets... He doesn't really bounce. Hey, Dantastic. Oh, thanks for watching. And what does this do? If we haven't bounced and the get falling velocity is less than 5. That's not quite right. Because it will have never done that. So in tumble, yeah, this is getting a bit tenuous. I really want it to bounce, but I don't know if I can do it. I haven't really set it up to do that. I'd like to. Like that. That's basically the only time you can really do it. If you can somehow... You need to essentially get them to juggle. It's like, hang on. Up, up. Oh man, that's so tough. Like that. How did the horse video do? Great. 2,000 wish lists. Oh, off another bounce. Oh, that's crazy. Cool. Okay, last one. I love that fight. I think if the more I can do to capture this moment, the better. I wonder if I can use one of the abilities. Hang on a second. Okay. He's going to swing forward one. Hang on. One. When he jumps, I'm going to do the up kick. That should parry him. Fuck, that's really hard. Oh. Oh, it didn't land.
What are we talking about? We're talking about AI again. We're still on that. Look. I mean, if it's just an ongoing thing that's not really on topic, I would prefer if you guys keep it in like a separate conversation. Just because we talk about it all the time. It's always on. It's just like an endless topic. Why do you use chromatic aberration on the AI? I use chromatic aberration on the whole game. Actually, it's all the way over here too. It's just part of an effect. Probably should be, well, it's the retro filter on, you know, it's just something that I have as part of the CRT filter. No. It's not that you're like not supposed to. It's just a bit fatiguing. Where is my wife? She should be home by now. No, I had it turned off. Hey, this guy in Z. How far through the game's story am I? Okay. Right now, chapter 1 is pretty much done. Chapter 2, mostly done. Chapter 3, like 23, 25% done. It's pretty early. Chapter 4, even earlier, like 15%. Chapter 5, like 0%. I've written it, but like it's not in the game that you can play. A subscription message? No, the YouTube subscribers, when they subscribe it, they get that icon. I haven't made a custom thing for YouTube. How many wish lists? We're on 12,500, I think, at the moment. We were only on 10K last week. So the AI conversation. Look, this is what I think. We're just gonna like wrap it up really quickly. We're gonna end the stream anyway. Honestly, like I really fear for people's ability to make good games long term with AI, because I think what will happen, what's most likely to happen, is people will use AI to get really, really far on a concept that the AI knows how to make, and they won't know how to tune it to do what they want. So it's, if you don't know how to code, you can't get the code to do what you want it to do. You can only get the code to do what the AI thinks you want it to do based on what you asked it. And I just get concerned about that. Same thing with art, all of it. Like if we're okay with people, with games as a whole industry going down in quality, maybe that's okay. For the short term, it's probably going to go up in quality, because it just means that like people who are skilled can use it to amplify themselves responsibly. But I think eventually the people who are skilled will retire, and the people who are unskilled, who never learn how to code games or make art themselves, will just be left holding their butts in their hands going, I don't know how to do this. And the hope there is something like, oh, but there might be a point when the game just The AI just knows exactly what I mean all the time, and it never makes mistakes, and we can all make the perfect game that we want to make. But it's like, do you want to live in a world where every single guy with an idea has a full game? I just don't think that's going to lead to an industry where those are good games. I just don't see that as like valuable. It just seems like for the culture, for the craft, for the industry, economically, none of it seems good. Is there a number of wish lists that you would not continue this project? That I would not continue? I don't know what that means. The wish lists only go up over time. They go up, they don't go down. Yeah, like are you gonna watch AI TV when that comes out? When you've got like, and this is the thing. People have this thing they talk about when it comes to capitalism. They're like, more choice is good, more competition is good. That will lead to higher quality at lower prices. I don't think a human would ever want to consume 1 million songs. You're not going to enjoy 1 million songs. You're not going to remember 1 million songs. If 1 million songs were on a randomizer all day, you would never have a good time listening to the music. You want curated culture. You want to listen to what everyone else is listening to this week or this month. The way that the radio works right now is the way that people want it to work. There are more songs than we can listen to already, but the radio only plays like 25 to 50 songs or whatever. So, assuming you want to listen to the radio. So like infinity games is not a better situation than 1,000 games. It's not, no one prefers that. People want, yeah, they want less. One sec. Anyway, I gotta go. I don't really rely on AI at all for this game. I write it by hand. I do use the tab completions. So like if I want to write something, I could be like, you know, debug.log, and then it will like guess what I want to log. I do that a bit. That's about it for the AI. Sometimes I'll ask it like, hey, why is this doing this? And it might say, oh, try doing that. And then I'll do that myself. I don't really vibe code at all. And I do all the art myself by hand. So still making games like a real person. All right, I gotta go. Thanks, everyone. Let's raid. That's French. No, it's not. No, it is French. Français. Swashbuckling Fox. Let's try them. I love that name, Swashbuckling, man. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. Elzak, if you're watching, let's chat this week soon. Earlier. Let's not leave it too late. That's the stream. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you want to support what I do. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I will see you all on Thursday. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.